Good day. Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Palace of the Dead with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we're going back, pushing from floor 171. Yeah, exactly. Good cop to you too. Thank you, Zaf. We're going from 171, which is of course when it starts to get really hard, at least for me. So that's, we'll see how far we get. Hopefully we get to the finish line this time. But, I will say from this point, just before we even start, that we have at this time, like, done this pretty much every week for a few months. And I've realized that, like, the first, like, 170 floors is, like, all good. Easy game. For me. And once I pass that, it immediately stops being all fun and games. It immediately starts getting really tough. And in a way quite stressful. I have heard people saying, just relax, you need to not stress so much, then you'll get it. It's very easy to say. It's a little bit like telling someone who's actually angry to calm down. Doesn't calm them down, does it? So I don't know if we will try again if we fail here. Might be doing something else. Partly because it is reaching the point where, like, I have said before on stream that I do the things on stream that I think is fun, but it is, as I said, reaching the point where it's not super fun when we get to this point, and that means that I can't actually finish a Palace of the Dead run without it getting less enjoyable for me, perhaps. But it's also because a Palace of the Dead run takes so long that, let's say if I only did Palace of the Dead every other week, then it would take like 2 months before I actually reach the quote-unquote interesting part, right? So that's the thing. That's why it's a little difficult. Yeah, I don't know. And it's just, I'm just saying, I'm saying it now because then, saying it now means that if we then fail and I'm like, I'm not going in again, it's clear that it's not that I'm like salty that I failed and that's why I'm not going in again. It was like premeditated that I might not go in again. That's why I'm saying it now instead of later. That I might go into this going, I'm not going again if we wipe. Which is, like, the thing is, if we succeed, I'll probably also not go in again, right? So it's like, we just got a lot of Palace of the Dead, and then I have burned a little bit out on it. Also, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, Merfolk. Thank you so much. Wow. And now that I've said that, and that, hey Zaf, hey Yannick, hey Caetsu, hey Giraheen, hey Talima, hey Caroline, hey Aradil, hey Yoharis, hey Ceres, hey Jen Monica, hey Gazel, hey Rillian, hey Shakespeare, hey Pikahoo, hey Rust, hey Raki. I hope you're all doing very well. That's also true, Yannick. But the thing is, from my perspective, it doesn't really change anything there. Like, sure, there's a shorter distance with Heaven on High, but, like, I just, like, for me, it's the same. It'll just be that the scary part is when it gets really tough. Caetsu, to your question. If you go to HUD layout, it should show scenario guide as an element. If it's not on your screen somewhere, just find it in this menu. It is turned on. This one? UI set character configuration, UI settings, HUD, scroll down, there will be one here. Imagine Behemoth wearing pink pants. How would he wear it? Well, he does have very defined legs and arms, so I guess he would wear them like a human would. But yeah, basically the point is that we might get back to this. I imagine that the way it will go is that it'll take some time where I do something else on Tuesdays, and at some point I'll have forgotten why I stopped, and then I'll come back to it, or maybe I'll do it in a different way. Like, the thing is, if I just, like, did the reprog off stream, then, like, it wouldn't be as big of a deal if I, like, only progged the hard part on stream, like, just every now and then. But that's a lot to do as well. Which again, Heaven on High is a little nicer on that, because there's less distance to reprog. I'll say Lupine. Hope you're doing well. Did and give me go. Well, from what I can tell, that's a dead end. So we go this way. Phew, boy. Surprise! Now, we can discuss whether that's lucky or unlucky for a start. Just step in a luring trap, but raging. Yeah, game saying, I'm sorry, don't leave with that free rage. And then, Yannick, immediately after, as I'm going, well, maybe it's fine then, it just sucker punches me in the face by going, by the way, luring trap. Like, it's so perfect. It's just exactly. I'm sorry for being mean. Have a rage. And also luring trap. Just so that you're awake. That is an incredible point to reach and still survive, Zaf. So hey, Angry Con, hope you're doing well. Oh boy, jury selection. That does not sound fun. Speaking of not fun. Thanks. Ow. Not a big fan of that. Not a big fan of that. I don't know how much that will hurt. I should probably use a raise, come to think of it. Hey, Kosari. Hope you're doing well. Oh, you boy. Still, recovering from only one person still alive in an alliance raid is ridiculous. Oh. Go ahead, glow her into the wall. Please, be my guest. Do that too. Can you cast the thing? Much prefer when you cast the thing, because I can just walk away. How many commendations did you get? Yeah, actually, Zaf, how many commendations did you get for that? Ow. 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 Can you not do that? Swipe or no swiping? Stop. Nah. Not feeling lucky. Speaking of... I imagine you will turn when I'm on my way out. So I'll have to fight you. You can give me advice as you please, Caroline. The worst that can happen is that I don't take it. Do it unsynced, it would be a lot easier. You know, that is a good idea. Hey, nope. Hope you're doing well. Downloads are proximity based. Well, that's good to know, but I guess in the position that download was in, for it to turn to be in the way with a sight-based aggro type, it would have to step closer anyway, so proximity based would also have caused me trouble. So, like, I would lose anyway. You're a strong boy. Can you be a little nicer to me? Ow. I take that as a big no. Hey Ham, hope you're doing well. Not a big fan of gloom. Also not a big fan of you. Looks like I killed exactly the number of enemies I needed to, despite everything. Ah, yes, the dead tree. If I remember correctly, I remember last time I started at such a room, I turned around and it was like a party house right next to me. With like 3 or 4 gorillas and like 2 Anzus. Like, fantastic. I'll see myself to my grave. Hello. Hello? Nope. The mini paths. You know what? Let's duke it out, bear. I challenge you to combat. Hello? Oh, perfect. Now we're restocked on strength and steel. Still don't know where the exit is. You know, by way of elimination? Possibly. I feel like there are some angles I can't see yet. Where do you think the exit is, Yannick? Where the Cyclops came from? Bruh. I think they're coming from the next floor, guys. Going different ways? Looks like that is a yes. It's the Cyclops factory. Yeah, it's just producing them like out of a mold. Hello, bear. You can... I don't see it. I don't quite see it. Don't know if it's too foggy and I shouldn't be able to see it. So it is in the downstairs room. Oh boy. Wait, which way is that? Oh, early part of the floor. Okay, well, let's do this then. Cyclops Factory Man number 3. That's, I don't like to dodge like that. Not 100% confident on the... Oh, yeah, there it is. It was there all... Seriously? There was 4, guys. There was a 4th Cyclops. They were all fooled, for there was a 4th Cyclops. Yeah, that was a spawn, that is true. No other way for it to come from that angle. Hey, Boobermet. Hope you're doing well. That works for me. Now... Can I sneak all the way through? Ta-da! Oh, the exit is right there. Fantastic. So when the exit is right there, might as well just clear that. Not a huge fan of fighting wolves, though. Because of that. The big old chomp of doom. How? Oh, hey guys. We found another body. I'd rather check this chest just in case it's a mimic. Rage on knockback penalty floor. I think I failed for it last time. Oh wait, it dropped thing? What did you drop? A mimic? Are you serious? It dropped a rage. Hey, R&D, hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. The game wanted to be angry, yet it is really trying hard to do that. And it's really doing it in the most ironic way. I'm not sure what else it could have done. To just be annoying. Hey, Lucarian. Hope you're doing well. Oh. Finally, we can get away from this stupid floor. 2 rage. Also, FFXIV, hope you're doing well as well. And also Ham. I can't remember if I missed Ham. Put in some server lag. Okay, fair enough. I was thinking like within the realm of actual game mechanics. But fair point. That could be worse. Where would I be if I was an exit? Rare spawn? Huh? Eh? The exit room, of course. Ah. You got me there. Exit is the... Yeah, the exit is in the last place you look. Exactly because that's where you're going last. But that dude where the patrol came from? Huh? Didn't it come from here? Oh. Double monkey in the exit room. What would be a good way to deal with that? Rage, maybe? I'm just fighting something else while I'm thinking about what to do about it, because that's usually a big mistake that I make, is that I'll just look at the thing. Just pull? Wouldn't a monkey just kill me 1v1 without steel or strength? Sprint, leg raise, and tactician. Ooh, that will take a while. That wolf dodged death. It healed just as I was about to finish it. Well, now I have to wait. Bruh. You done with that, buddy? See, now what I mean is that I don't have tactician now. I have to fight something else while waiting for that, possibly. And yeah, exactly, Yannick. That is actually the reason why I just looked at it like, I don't know what to do, is because I didn't want to use a steal. I'd rather save it. Ow. He dropped the thing. Perfect, I'm racing. You know what? I don't care enough. I'd rather just move. Like, if it's on the way, but it wasn't really. It could be a trap right there. Blind and no items. That is... No items is the one I hate the most, because that means no sustaining potions. Did I miss? I think I missed. I'm pretty sure those are susceptible to slows. Just Serenity? Yeah, probably. That's a Serenity saved for? Basically, midichlorian, it's saved for something even worse. Like, that's it, really. It's... I'm so pessimistic about this that the reason why I would save a Serenity is because the next room could be Gloom and no items. Like... there's always an even worse configuration than the one I already have. I feel like this wolf is actually... pretty good fight. I just have to be careful that I don't pull anything. Hey Hayate, hope you're doing well. And thank you so much for celebrating 13 months as part of the Cult of the Pink with me. Thanks so much for the support. I don't feel like I see you too much. It's been a while. Ow. I'm just getting eaten over here, it's fine. Ow. When your options are wolves and lions, Serenity dances with lions. And also wolves. And this thing. Hey Viek, hope you're doing well. And also midichlorian, hope you're doing well. Why isn't this actually dumb? Well, I mean, if we imagine that the enemies, like, selected their abilities from, like, a list or something, all of the mobs that don't have anything particularly dangerous in the slightest are dumb. Fair enough, Hayate. That makes sense, I suppose, if that's the kind of content you're into. By which I mean the Beastmaster. Why isn't Heaven Enrage? Oh. Well, if they were smart, they would have used it sooner. An interruptible enrage. You can hear how bad it sounds. Like, imagine if it had like a selection. Like, Anzu was like, I'll take the semi-spammable AoE stun with a huge damage on it as well. And Wyzen was like, yeah, I'll take the interruptible enrage. I'll have that one. That makes sense. Hey, Master and Alana. And Matthew, hope you're doing well. Do you think they draft the abilities? Yeah, maybe. That's what I'm saying. It's like, If they were drafting the abilities or something, then Wyzant is definitely stupid because it didn't choose very smartly. Oh boy. It's really, really hard to do it like that. This is the most value paralysis I've been the recipient of in a long time. Did you see how much it got out of that? I think I was stunned for like over 5 seconds there. Very balanced. Become Malice, become chicken. What do we do now? Are you kidding me? Feels weirdly familiar. Yeah, oops, all birds, right? And 2 answers right at the exit. You hate to see it. Thank you, Emily. Nope, you're doing well. I'm still not sure what to do about those answers. Hey Vince, hope you're doing well. And thank you. This one goes back to the whole ability drafting thing I was just talking about. On some of the lower floors, there is a floor with lizards that have basically like a point-blank sudden paralysis that you can't do anything about. That lasts like 30 seconds. And then there's these like ghost blobs that has a cast that can be interrupted. That lasts 15 seconds. How does paralysis actually work? It's, as far as I know, it just randomly checks. I don't know if it's every 3 seconds that it stuns momentarily, but it just randomly stuns. I'm hoping that... Oh, there's another bird incoming. I was hoping that I might be able to land in a position where both of the answers look away from the exit. Didn't quite make it. I don't think I can step into the exit from there. Bro, can you move? Why did you decide? Thank you. Don't interrupt that. I thought the tropical winds was something that was really important to interrupt. It is not, Vierk. He will refuse to die if you get him low enough. Hey, Farak. Hope you're doing well. And also, Toknas. Hope you're doing well as well. Tropical winds makes them spam the dodgeable AoE. Oh! Ow. Well, that is handy to know. I genuinely thought that it made, like, everything worse. Hey, Lizard with daft ideas. Hope you're doing well. And thank you. The last floor was gloom, right? That was why everything sucked so much. Oh, we found the exit. Good luck, Angry Corn. Is there... What do I do about that? There's only 3 answers on this floor. Nothing else. Check goals. I should probably just use that so I don't have to get back to this to grab it later in case this answer blocks it up. There's 1 other gold. I have 2 witching. I'm pretty sure with steel... Maybe I also need strength, but I'm pretty sure with steel I can... Oh, rage. There's a rage. There's a rage in the exit room. There's a rage in the exit room. No taking horde? Nah, I'm not risking stepping into it and triggering a trap, midichlorian. I can always, like, if that's why I'm here, I could just go with the full team. I could have waited a sec, but the reason why I used it as I ran up was in case there was a trap, and there was a trap. I have taken the intuition... Actually, I could... Nah, I'm not coming back for them. I have to open it separately, I believe. Which one is Rage? Is it damage buff? Rage is this! Rage is turning into a manticore that can deliver the slap of doom. Just double checking. It is straight up just midichlorian that it's too, like, I'm too scared of stepping in a luring trap or something, and then I just die because I just needed that chest that didn't, that's a flight, that's not very helpful. I need... I'm thinking sight and rage. And fortune, yes. Ow. Sight and rage and fortune. RP walk to aggro 1 by 1? Oh, that is an interesting idea. I forgot to use the sight. So let's hope that I'm going to get lucky. Hey, Bad Angel. Hope you're doing well. I think I can make it. I'll loot this, and then we leave. I'm gonna use an absolute open golds. That is, in hindsight, I should have done that. I'm pretty sure you can't open all bronze chests. That is a good point. I keep forgetting that. I should have checked gold chests, I suppose. I'll need to refresh steel anyway if I don't use it. And welcome to the Cult of the Pink, Faust. Thank you so much for the support. And I hope you enjoy the emotes. Ugh. For some reason I expected him to do it in a different order. That's a long walk, buddy. See, how is it? Is it 30%? What are the percentages that I need to worry about? I can never remember while I'm in the battle. The ones I need is how much percent when when should I use Lost and when to hold. What percentage is it that he goes over to do the meteor at again? 15.3. Right. They almost look like they glitch out when they just like disappear like that. Almost faked me out the exact same way he did last time. I'm going for it. I've already I didn't touch Second Wind or Max Potion with at any point in the fight, because last time I failed because they were on cooldown. It was like, I don't need to use them if I just remember to use Sustaining Potion on time. Like, if I just don't forget about Sustaining Potion, then I will not need them. So just hold it. Just hold it. Nice. I think that's the first time I've actually done exactly what I wanted to. And I still didn't quite get it right, because he decided to cast something weird. Hey, Agni! Thank you for celebrating a year as part of the Cult of the Pink. Thank you so much for the support. Also, let me just see here. Faust says, yeah, the emotes are totally the only incentive to join. Well, I mean, the fact that you're supporting me and making all this is maybe that's not a reward for you, but it's certainly a reward for me, so it is certainly appreciated just the same. Oh boy. Basically every other time that I've managed to beat Behemoth, has been through some sort of like falling backwards into success. Because every time I've goofed it up in some way or another and then somehow made it anyway. That would be a good, it would be good to do a little plan. Alteration for... When you say 486, do you mean use it at 85? Alteration at 85, 86, and 87. And then flight at 88. Hey Kay, thank you so much for the support, and welcome to the Cult of the Pink. Thank you. And enjoy the emotes. But that is a good idea. I think we've actually been over that before, Yannick, and I'm pretty sure I've gone into it and then forgotten. Like, I will probably agree to your suggestion and then forget. .189 is notorious for Garm train. Garm, is that the Chimera thing? Yeah. I don't, if I remember correctly, aren't they supposed to be quote-unquote relatively safe? Not two of them. One of them is relatively safe. Yeah, exactly. The problem is if there's two of them. And there are also patrols. And if you have a patrol of them come in at the wrong time, then can be a huge problem. I don't believe it was a train of that. What was it? When I failed on floor 183, the reason... The big contribution to me just, like, fizzling out, you could say, was a huge amount of patrols. Thank you, Cat. Hope you're doing well. How about affluence? Should I be using those on the early floors here or hold them for the 191 plus floors? In case we get there. When on 189 we're spawned into a 4-way room, 2 to 3 gams coming my way from all sides. I remember I had such an experience when I tried a duo run years ago. Like, we had trouble with a party room at the exit. So we basically were running out of time. We had a lot of luring traps getting our way, I believe. And we finally managed to cleave through to the exit. We had like 3 minutes left, so we were dead anyway. We land on the next floor, and there's 2 gams coming from every side. It was like, in a 3-way situation, but, you know, you're still dead. I'll probably use an affluence on the first floor then, if I don't If I'm not, I'm pretty sure I'm on 3. Oh, rage replacement. If I remember correctly, there was something about that Wamu thing there. Wamu! But I don't remember how dangerous they were. I should also use a racing before I do anything else. I'm talking about Captain Cannonball over there. Wamura Kamba. Wamura Kamba. Thank you, Fila. Hope you're doing well. The thing is that makes it difficult is because, like, I have a list. Like the compendium, and it says those guys are medium. So I'm like... If I click on it in the compendium, I'm pretty sure it's like... Well, you still need to pack a lunch before you attack them. Because it's gonna hurt. It's looking at the exit anyway. Yep, that was the thing that's scary about them. The fact that they just have a surprise tank buster that is ranged. He goes to the block. Ice sprites are hard. So don't want to fight those. Relative to a grenade who's easy. So we fight a grenade. Since Warrior is so insane in dungeons, is it similar in Palace? Yes and no. The thing is, basically each role has some sort of weakness in Palace of the Dead. And tanks and healers don't do as much damage as DPS, shocker. Which means that even if a warrior has the capacity to fight most things in Palace of the Dead, they basically have to be constantly fighting to make the time, and they might have to be creative with other things like abusing mines and such. Also, I've heard. Like, exactly as Yannick says. If, like, I'm probably a lot better at playing Warrior than I am at playing Machinist. But my big weakness in something like Palace of the Dead is that I'm really good at wasting time. So playing a job that is more strict on time would be a bad idea. Hey Moral, hope you're doing well. Ow. Hey! The exit has opened. Hard to save, Yek. As Yannick says, it depends on your playstyle. And Machinist is just like, overall really good. Oh, Donut Room. Fantastic. But no items. Oh! My god. I hate no item rooms. You don't... Nah, right, that's it. I saw the note that there's an unclassified dangerous ability on the moths. That's it. Oh, right, the exit is right there. Yeah, it's true. The haste is kind of nice. I think I can fight this guy. Like when they're alone. Should be fine. I'll just interrupt it. Never mind. I don't actually want to get in melee range with you right now. Oh man, this floor is something else. Is this Mario Kart? Yes. This is Mario Kart. There must always be a Mario Kart. Guy dropping banana peels. Yeah, that's me using leg raise. Just dropping a banana peel. Alright, Cat. Enjoy your evening. Finally! By the way, this was the affluence floor. I think. Did I remember to use it? Yeah, I did remember to use it. There's just silver and bronze chests. Crawlers. Avoid if possible. And there's also a big worm over there. Is any of the patrols coming towards me? 2 of them are. Okay. Nope. Maybe not all of them are. Can I avoid entering combat with those? Just hold your breath and hope. And it worked. Now... yeah, just a little bit lucky. Man, the guys on these floors hurt. Just being allowed to smack me at all is not fun. Yeah, keep missing. Of course. Alright, slow doesn't work on them. First mimic of the night. It makes it easier when you sprint efforts done with casts. That is a good point. Eased up. Hope you're doing well. And thank you. Bleh. Hey Ryu, hope you're doing well. Are you kidding me? This again? Just in time. This floor is just oops all patrols, it feels like. Hey Jason, hope you're doing well. Okay, so what do we do now? There's only crawlers. How scary are they? There's also a worm, but I'm pretty sure those are even worse. Hey babies, hope you're doing well. Good running space and buffs up, but I don't have buffs up. So what then? then you use buffs. I mean... Pick gold? What? It's like this? It's a Serenity. Now what? Go further? I'm not sure how close I can be to these. And I feel like I'm instantly dead if I misunderstand you. Thank you, JK. Hope you're doing well. Is a sandworm just death? Kind of, based on what people say. Let's say, for the sake of example, that this is a mimic. Am I not dead in this position? You really think about it? And witchings? That's true. I also have rage. Fightable mobs. There's one fightable mob. I should have sprinted earlier. I think I'm dead. Not quite. But I think I've goofed it. Just barely. All I'm saying, guys, is that the compendium that I rely on says that the Bermuda Camper is medium and the Ice Sprite is hard. So, unless you can sell them better, I will always fight the cannonball guy first. Because my notes say that the Ice Sprite is worse. How's the bird guys here? Medium. Ah, yes, the primordial bark. Ferocious. Ow. Looking for the exit. Hey, Mimose. Hope you're doing well. Oh boy. Here we go. Don't kind of hits anyway. Well, it takes a step. Bind if necessary. That's a better tip, I suppose. Although bind, I think, would require that I stop attacking it and run away. At what point do I try with another class just to shake it up? Hey, Pokash, hope you're doing well. I started this stream by saying there's a very real possibility that if whether we win or lose here, this is the last run for a while. So the mix-up is now, and the mix-up is no run, essentially. Which of course also makes it even more important that I try as hard as I can. So that it's not that, like, we lost because I gave up. Hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. I got hit by a worm. Through the room? Or through the wall? I don't know if that matters. I'm not going to risk it. And I don't think this is the time to figure out whether peloton walking matters. It would be the stupidest way to wipe. You were power walking too hard. We have the exit. Hey Tandemar, hope you're doing well. I don't think if you've already, I don't remember I said hi to you. Can I, how bad is a crawler? It is really difficult to determine because I believe the crawlers... I can't check while I'm fighting something. I'm pretty sure the crawlers were labeled as hard. But if you inspect them, it's like avoid if possible. Which still gives the implication that... I mean, it's not the end of the world. You could possibly fight one if you have to. Ow. I feel like I've gotten several of those rooms in a row where you need to kill a lot. Combined with, you know, a lot of difficult to deal with enemies. How do melees do that? They don't. Like, they'll survive with things like Bloodbath. That's what I did, babies. That is exactly why I targeted it. That's fair. Yeah, that is the reason why I targeted it. You'll also find that things like with Reaper, that often they'll start the fight by using Harp and stepping away and using Harp. Because it's closer to free damage. Yeah. Oh, this was the one I should use alteration for as well, I believe. Ow. The claw guys, I believe, are impossible without steel, isn't that right? Even with steel, they're bad. Well, then we have a problem. Ow. Can you, Mr. Claw, can you, like, get away from my hallway? Like, that there is not okay. We found steel. And the exit. I have to step on the gas soon. Yeah, well, let me put it like this. I'm trying to go as fast as I can, exactly because, like, as far as I'm concerned, we're way behind. Like, way behind. We have 18 minutes or so to beat several floors. But there's so many enemies that, like, suck! Which is to say, I'm going as fast as I can. And I'm not sure how to go faster without, like, just exhausting all of my commanders. And if I do that, then we'll just end up in the next set of floors just like last time, where I don't have the resources to win anymore. My goodness! Are you kidding me? I'm not sure if it's just me feeling like I have to kill a ton of stuff because things take so long to kill, but I feel like every single floor in this set has been like the kind of floor where you have to kill a lot. Well, the exit is right there. Oh, there's a flood dragon. Check altered room? Well, where? Where? That's also true, JK. I'd rather have the bad luck now. Like if we're going to lose to being unlucky, might as well get it over with, right? I'm not entirely sure how close I can get to it without aggroing it. I want this. Strength. Nice. There's an empty room. I know, Magnus. But if I'm pulling the Archosaur, I'm probably running past the Crawler, so it kind of matters. Thank you, Bees. I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've actually done pretty much what I set out to do with Behemoth. Like, the first time I actually got the opener kind of right. And even still, Behemoth still messed me up by not starting Ecliptic Meteor when I thought he would. We found the alteration room. It's mimics. What do we do with that? I didn't mean to do that. I accidentally targeted it. I don't know what to do about that. I can't kill both of them in time. And they're also killing me through the witching. Re-witch. I have... Now I've did this. Given how much HP they had left, I would have to use 3 witchings to kill them. So re-witching would have been, in my optics, even worse. I don't think I can even make it to the exit. I should have probably just ran to the exit then. Yeah. Whatever. Whatever. I don't know if you noticed, but I accidentally targeted the Flood Dragon, realized that auto attack was still turned on, and panicked trying to target something else. But couldn't. Like, I just didn't. Just not ranged physical main things. Up. Okay, that was spicy, and it's coming this way. I didn't mean to use my interrupt there. Well, that's the thing, it's like one garm at a time is like the freest mob on these floors, I would almost say. Because they spend so much time casting things that you can just sidestep, right? But 2 of them, or 1 of them and anything else, and then we have a problem. You have a lot of HP. That's true. I should probably have used Wildfire there. Steal? We have safety. Can I actually sneak past that? I wish there was like a sight cone on these mobs. That would be nice. I went on this guy because I was expecting that he'd just like sneak up on me later if I don't deal with him now. Now, I don't know if I should use Rage already. Hey Perrin, hope you're doing well. It's a worm, it's a worm, it's a worm. What's in the exit room? Like one guy. I don't know if this is the best way to do it, but this is my way to do it, and I don't have time to think about someone else's way to do it, so this is the way we're doing it. The reason I went all the way over there is because, like, I know there's a mob in that room. I know there's mobs in these rooms. Oh, that's actually the exit with mimics in it. I should have just gone straight to the exit with the mimics. I can't kill anything. By the time it had loaded, I don't have anything. Of course it's another mimic. I was really hoping the game would just give it to me. Let me have something. Like maybe an extra rage. But I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have trusted the game to play ball. It never does. It's like a minute wasted. It's probably going to be like 3 max potions anyway. Or an extra mimic. Like, if it's a gold chest again, I'm just gonna leave it. It was max potions and max potions. It was double max potions. We have a debuff. No items? Yeah. Nope. That's not how this works, game. Check altar? There is no more altar. I actually cleared the altar room, Janek. I'm thinking of just raging to get to the exit. Thoughts? I don't know where the exit is. I don't think I would have checked that. One room over and that would have been guaranteed required rage. We're just leaving. I will rebuff steel. I will rebuff steel. Because it was at 1 minute. I don't remember what angle I need to place the boss at. That looks right. I don't know what that means, Yannick. I know. I don't know what the directions mean. That looks right. Well, I hope it's right. I think I missed that one. I'm just telling you, I know this looks like me saying, I don't know, and I'm basically looking at a map, right? It's by chance. I legitimately don't remember the layout. It's luck. It's genuinely luck. I'm taking no credit for that one. It's luck. Or rather, it's either luck or somehow, even though I'm not quite sure the directions you're giving me, they're working. So it's either luck or it's you. I'm taking one pot shot at it. One. It was probably fine, but it looked a little sketchy to me. There we go. Nice. Ain't no stone. Hope you're doing well. Now we just have the last 10 floors, but before we do that, I have to be right back. In the meantime, manatee restored. Alright, I'm back. That is, I'm just saying, Mabis, the directions you were giving me, like, I was just like east, west, west, east, west. I'm just gonna kite the boss. And I'm not joking when I say that every time when the boss was exactly right, I was just as surprised as the boss. I can't actually remember the chart at all. So it's, I'm just saying, it was either me being lucky or something like that I'm not realizing that your advice, or like your directions worked. Because I couldn't remember. Also, hey Scarus, hope you're doing well. Right. There's the Keepers. That is a death sentence, pretty much. There's the Course. I don't know, for some reason a lot of the mobs here don't seem as threatening. They're still really threatening. Like, most of them have like a base damage that is like, if they crit, they can take me in like 2 hits. Spam chest generating pumps. So affluence and fortune on the first floor, like that kind of style. APH, hope you're doing well. If I remember correctly, I have 2 steals and 2 strengths, and 2 safeties and 1 sight. And I think 1 or 2 witching. Should I be using steals? And, like, should I be using, like, steals until they run out? Like, I alternate between steals and strengths, or should I use them together to, like, push harder? Because if I use them together, then I have enough for, like, a quarter of the climb. But if I alternate them, I have like enough to cover like half of the climb. Although steals are a lot more helpful than strengths, I'd say. Fight with steel as long as you can. That's also a good point, Caroline. It's more that both strength and steel seems to enable you to fight things you might not. Although steel's generally just like other ones that enable you to fight something. I think I have 1 or 2 flights. So you're saying floor 1, affluence, fortune, flight. Should probably not use fortune on a floor where we've used flight. So use a steel if I'm forced to fight a course is how I'm interpreting it. Oh yeah, I know, Yannick. What I mean is that like affluence and flight is like, well, there's less enemies and more treasure, but fortune on the same floor as you have the effect of flight is maybe not the best. So like 191. Fortune, flight, affluence. 192. Maybe affluence if I have one. Proximity aggro. Alright. Most of the things on these floors are proximity aggro. Just so that I don't miss anything. The plants are ranged and have an instant attack, so I need to be careful. But they are some of the easier stuff. That is weird. The eye, the fashion, Ariman, is noted as medium, but it's also noted as steel is required. That's a little weird. How much damage does the resolution do to a course? Pre-shot them. The thing is, I haven't had that much practice with them. If I remember correctly, the way I wiped out last time I got to this point was that I panic tried to use resolution because I had nothing else left, and then I died. And when I tried to use resolution for a trick when there was a party room in the exit, I messed it up. If I remember correctly, I had like 2 racings and I spent both of them and still didn't make it. You know, this would be a lot easier if you could pause the game. Could you imagine? You just pause the game and go, what do I do next? Yeah, exactly, Perrin. Maybe it wouldn't be as good as we think. Hey, Pretty. Hope you're doing well. The closer you'll get to pausing is finding a mummy. I suppose so. How bad are these guys? Oh, racing, good point. They're very tanky. Nope, can't quite see the exit. I don't know why you spent so much effort kiting it when it's ranged. Oh, they are kiteable. Fantastic. Wow! You hate to see it. The crit! Sure is a good thing they did away with that in higher level content, right? That is a good tip, Pruny. I don't know how much I would use it, because the whole, like, fading in and out feels like that would waste a lot of time. I believe the exit was down that way. Yep. Glad you only have one course this far. There's two. There's one in the exit room and one patrolling. There's that guy and one in the exit room. Oh, that's fine. Both should be patrolling. Well, they are, as it turns out. That looks a little too sketchy to me. I was hoping that I could just sneak by the plant, but there's too many other things that, like, that I was feeling that the other mobs would get to me. That's why I didn't go for it. And then the other mobs stepped forward. Like, they basically stepped forward, like they looked at me and went, nah, no bro, you're not doing that. I should be better about, in my kiting ventures, turning around a little bit sooner. Where are you going? Oh, you're coming this way. I don't need to kill anything, so I don't really know what to do with my time now. Fight it? Steal and fight it? Or what do we do? Another one. Oh, the exit is right there. Fantastic, I guess. I've had enough of that. It's way easier to kite with legacy controls. Generally, I prefer standard. It gives me better control over which way I'm facing, which is really handy if you're fighting something with like a gaze mechanic, but this... There's like one mob with a gaze mechanic on these floors, I think? Something like that. So I really, really don't need that. And it's short one, yeah, exactly. So there's a very high probability that if I see it start casting it, I'll just run away. Like, I'll just run. So it doesn't even matter. That is like, oh yeah, you could use your standard to carefully control which way you're facing. Yeah, I'm just gonna run. Yeah, or be behind it. That's also an option. The point is that I'm probably not going to respect the gaze that much anyway. I know, Prinny, I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying that standard makes it easier to face. Like, it's one of the advantages. It's really good at critting that. Does that have like additional crit rate or something? It does, Perrin, but you see how roundabout that is, right? Surely you recognize that it's like, if you have an option that makes it way easier, the question is whether that's a valuable trade-off. You just have to hold both mouse buttons and hold S, then you can rotate. Yeah, what if I'm in the middle of a cast? What if I'm in the middle of casting Fire 4? Yellow. And it was all yellow. I realized way too late in that fight that I didn't have a sustaining potion ticking on me. Don't account resolution for full floor clear? Oh no, I don't even know if I trust it for anything. But a course is coming my way, so what's the plan, everyone? Steal time? Thoughts? I finessed him. Did you see that? I denied him his gap closer. There is not a boss at the end, so it's you just need enough time to reach the final podium thing. Can't remember how much time it is you need to be able to do that reliably, but yeah. It's a long dash down a hallway. With Peloton, it's about 40 seconds. I would probably say that I'd like to have a minute. But that still means that the rest of the floors have a combined 59 minutes. From what I can tell, that's a dead end and a long hallway where I can't see it. How do you handle worms? You don't fight them. Like, legitimately, they are sound-based, so if you switch to walk, you can sneak past them without aggroing them. You get really close. But the only other... Like, if they're in your way, your only other option is... like, use something that will kill them. By playing Pictomancer. Can they kill them fast enough? I should have turned around much sooner. That was really wasteful of me. It's quite easy to get them stuck on terrain with that. You know, I was hoping that the strength steel would last a lot longer, but it's almost like it's just this floor. It's not the worst. But that is still painful. But that's all it covers. Oh, look, respawns. Flight. What would be a good room to spend that on? So now... Is that what you're saying now? Oh, well, fantastic. Proximity based. Can I? Nope, I cannot. I didn't mean to do that, but I'm pretty sure I would have to fight that anyway, so... Early is convenient. Is it good to have a fortune on a flight floor? Debuff? Oh my lord! It's just, yeah, that's not gonna work. What? Oh, there. I'm like, where does, like, is it a closed circle? Where's the exit? It's not in there. Where's the exit? I'm guessing down that hallway. Because I don't know where else it would be. I'm pretty sure that the compendium says steel isn't required for the Ahriman, so what do we do about that? Tips? Suggestions? Wait for it to pass? Fight it? That's scary. Stay up close to bait death? Oh, right. For some reason I assumed that would be like a circle, but I'm guessing that's the cone. That was weird pathing. Looked like it was trying to traverse an invisible wall. Ow. Oh, there's the exit next to a course. No, wait, it's a bicephalus. Are they dangerous? Steel recommended? I'll fight that guy first. Lost the wallet, had to pick it up. Yeah. Like, whoops. Ow. Debuff again? Yeah, well... There's an extra witching. How are the Palace Knights? There. Okay, well, good thing. It's said to not fight them near a wraith. Try to get a Serenity. You know, it would be amazing if you could just, like, go, I want X, and then it just gives it to you. Wouldn't that be incredible? If, like, sometimes there would just be a chest that just goes, like, pick something. I don't care. I'm not gonna deal with it. That was a dead end. Can't see what's down there. Is Ellie? Hope you're doing well. Not a fan of this. I felt like I kind of needed everything to beat the Ahriman before. Yannick, there was an intuition in it. Oh, the exit is there. How? There's another fashion in there. Maybe steal and then fight my way through? Is that an idea? Wasn't this also the one with the witching? Yes. And here comes another one. It's not entirely useless, Caroline. I tried to interrupt its stone. That's why I tried to kite it. Are you kidding me? You know what? For some reason, I'm honestly not surprised that an Ahriman would drop a Mimic of all things. It's exactly what an Ahriman would do. Like, it's lore accurate. Please don't. Oh my god. I'm going to res into that. It was so close. It was not just the crit, it was the double crit. The reason I was that low was because it crit. And then it crit again. Speaking of a death spiral, am I right? Keep forgetting to refresh the sustains. All that for a potsherd. And the exit is open, but I don't think I can get to it. So what do we do now? Potsherds are nice on lower floors. What do I do about this? Genuinely, what do I do about this? That's the exit. Any suggestions? Oh yeah, that's a witching in the chest. That's true. Any suggestions? Because I don't know. Kite one at a time? I mean, that is a start. There's also an Ahriman in there. That is correct. As I said, suggestions? Anything? Make a path on the left? Why on the left? The exit is on the right. Prioritize proximity monsters. I don't know which one of them are proximity monsters off the top of my head. What I remember is that like nearly all of them are. I think there's like one or two like sound-based mobs in the entire set. Ahriman is sight. mean, the thing is, I can take it all apart one at a time. The problem is the timer, you see it? I'm also not happy with this respawn guy. I think respawn? Is this where I use my last steel? Ideas? Thoughts? Thank you, Metzazona. I'm just saying that part of the reason, Yannick, part of the reason why I'm not just jumping at your suggestion is because last time I failed at these floors was when I tried exactly what you're suggesting, just on an earlier floor. I'm not saying that it doesn't work. I'm saying that I can't do it. Like, I'm garbage. I'm not good enough to do it. That's why I'm not super willing. Didn't mean to press that. I don't even know why I did it. There's also a hippogriff. A lollipop pizza? No, we're doing well. So just to check in, what is the suggestion? Witching the things that are there and then just resolution everything? Is that it? Sneak mission after 2 mobs. Well, we have to pull that guy really far away. And hope we can get it far enough away before death spirals. So close. I think I could have gotten there if they didn't step back. Can you do your thing? Never mind, maybe I can get in. I'm not touching any chests, they're just mimics. Fortune, good point. What's the point of Fortune? Genuinely, what's the point? It just spawns mimics. I think I'm dead, by the way. You see what I'm seeing? Mimics drop chests, don't they? Sometimes. Most of the mimics I've gotten in this run have been max potions. Like, basically, when a mimic doesn't turn into anything, it's just because they gave you some max potions that you're not gonna need anyway. And sometimes they drop another mimic, that's true. The reason I'm pulling this guy is because I'm the least confident I can beat him without steel. Where's the exit? I have no idea where the exit is. I believe we used safety on this floor, so I should be safe to just sprint around here. The exit is not that way, so it has to be this way, but I don't think I can fight things like this. I still can't see the exit. I don't know what I can fight. That's spooky. Can't even see the spiral. AVV, hope you're doing well. I don't think I've ever seen so many crits in such a short time span, aside from my own Savage rating. Flight. I don't think I have enough time left on the clock. The exit is open, but I have no idea where it is. There it is. Surrounded by a ton of mobs. I estimate it'll take me like 4 minutes to get to that, so I have like 7 minutes to clear several floors. So yeah, I think it's over. Like, I'm gonna check that chest because it has to be something really good, or we do lose anyway. It's a steal that could actually make a difference. The thing is, if that was a mimic, it would have just been, okay, then we lose. Like, that's how close it is, it feels like. Can I make it? I don't know if that counted. It did not count. I forgot that it did that in my pursuit to run away. Will you let me pass? There's a debuff. That, I think, might actually be it, guys. Yeah, you should have done that, Marcus. Not a Serenity. Steal and flight, I do. Just fight quick before they run out. The problem is that most of the enemies, even if you have steel, it's like you still need a sustaining potion, which I can't use because no items. So... I don't know. I don't know what to do. Oh boy, I didn't even see that guy. Incredible irony. And that guy I cannot beat without items. So I just have to stay here and hope he doesn't see me. Which is time I don't have. I don't think I can beat a Palace Knight without potions. So insanely many patrols, and I don't know where the traps are. As far as I can see, this is already lost. If this guy opens the gate, maybe there's a sliver of a chance. But if not, then I don't think I can make it. Nope. One more then. Exit opened. But I'm pretty sure there were mobs in the exit room. You're saying run, but look who's in front of me. The retirement home. I don't think resolutions are fast enough. Oh. I'm pretty sure this doesn't work. But I'm fully out of options. And time. I was hoping they could be stunned. They cannot. I'm weakened for the rest of the time we have. Gormans can be stunned. Yep. Sorry, Caroline. They look like a Gormand with two heads. So, I was hoping. Like, I'm not kidding, Caroline. I looked at it and thought, there's no other way to make it. I need to kill two at a time. And I couldn't. So, there's nothing left. Game. Please at least help me a little bit. And now it takes 4 hits. And I have no auto healing, so... Yeah. The Wraith can be stunned. It's fine. It's impossible. There was not enough time left. So it's like, doesn't matter. If I'd killed the Wraith, I wouldn't be able to make it on the next floor anyway. Yeah, this is the new record. Can only get better from... Actually not, JK. This is so good that it can barely get better. So, it's actually so close that it's very likely that it won't get better. Hmm. Yeah, thanks everyone. I tried. And I did say this last time I was down at the end of my rope as well, that I'll keep I keep trying until the time is up, because just giving up is not very interesting to see, right? So that really sucks. Also that, Babies. It's just that, like, we actually had... It felt like there was a chance. And then no item room. And then this. Like, it was like it just went... No. It was like the game just went, don't even try. Don't bother. It's not happening. You'll get it next week for sure. See, the thing is, AngryCon, it'll take me like 4 weeks before we'll be back at the back up in these levels of floors. Yeah, that's understandable, burning bridges. Like, consider the following. In all of these Palace of the Dead runs, I have not had a run die because I got disconnected, or the game crashed, or anything. It has exclusively been down to the combination of my skill, which is arguably not that impressive when it comes to Palace of the Dead. I'll get to that in a second, because it sounds like something that I wouldn't normally say. And luck. What I mean by I'll get back to that is basically, I usually say don't call something that is hard easy. And just because you can't do something that is hard doesn't mean that you're bad. But the way that I see it, like, I'm just saying, if you look at the title, well, I guess if you look at the title, the reason I'm doing like this is because relative to my hand, like, the title of my stream is here for me, like up. If you look at the title, you can see this is, according to me, it's the 5th attempt. I believe it's the 6th attempt in total, because there was one back in Endwalker that was on stream. I have tried before, but I don't think I've gotten past floor 50 off stream. Not because I failed, but because I lost interest. But what I'm getting at is that I don't actually have that much practice on Palace of the Dead, which and also, like, my first genuine try on stream back in Endwalker, I got past 170 in the first try, which tells me that what's carrying me all this way is just that I'm really good at the game. But I'm not very good at Palace of the Dead, which is the reason why I get this far, and Verbise, Yannick, Caroline, I guess Vigo, a lot of people, also a lot of people who are a lot more experienced with Palace of the Dead than me, are like, why are you doing this? That doesn't help. That's a stupid thing to do. Like, why are you doing that? Why are you doing this? Because, basically, I'm really good at, like, the fundamental stuff that can be good to progress Palace of the Dead, but I'm not very good at the Palace of the Dead specific things. I don't know what mobs can be stunned or not. I don't know which mobs are easy or not. Like, I have the compendium ready to go to check. Exactly because I don't remember and I don't know. So a huge part of it from me is just... I'm relatively good at the game. Sure, pretty. I'm almost certain it's going to be something that Yannick or Caroline has already mentioned. But go ahead. JK says, it's why I think you do really well with Warrior. Most enemies are easy. It's more of time management and to always be fighting, which you're good at. I would say, actually, time management and always fighting are two things I'm extremely bad at. But that is a good point. Yeah, that's true, Prinny. That is actually... I actually mentioned that myself. That I kited mobs way back. And then was like, I could have turned around way sooner. And then I just didn't. And then I pulled the next guy. And then I over-kited again. Like, I did it over and over again. But I was at least thinking about it. Because I can't remember if it was Caroline or Yannick or someone else. But it was something that was mentioned last time I failed as well. That I wasted a huge amount of time on kiting things way further than they needed to. But that is a good point, JK. I've also been recommended trying Reaper. They say you should always be fighting, but that can be more easily said than done a lot of the time. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Also that, Vabis, I still had, like, I remember on some of the lower floors we had a little bit of a talk about what the traps look like. And, we found a frog trap, and I guessed wrong what it was. Can't you just will the landmines into existence when you need them? Oh, that would be amazing. Imagine if Palace of the Dead had, like, a pomander that allowed you to pick up a trap. So you could just, like, yoink it and bring it with you for when you needed it. Now that would be handy. Burning Bridges says, I just remember some really good Palace of the Dead's sages. That one's really hard in its own way because it needs to do some clever tricks as well. A lot of the time what you see with sages is I believe they do like big pulls for score. Would you say, Yannick, that Dark Knight is significantly faster than Warrior in that aspect? Because what does Warrior have versus Dark Knight? Warrior has a damage buff they can maintain, especially if they keep fighting. They have Beast Gauge they can build for Fell Cleaves. They have Raw Intuition. They have Fell Cleave. They have Berserk for the burst. Dark Knight has slightly better healing on their 1, 2, 3, but they don't have Raw Intuition. They have Abyssal Drain and Carbon Spit for healing. And they also have Salted Earth, and they also have MP they can stockpile. Although, if they're always fighting, that's less helpful. I don't know. I'm actually like not sure whether Warrior or Dark Knight would do better. Oh yeah, Warrior also has Equilibrium, so that's also pretty huge. Always be fighting can be a double-edged sword. Yes, definitely. It can also bait you into making incredibly stupid decisions, if you think about it. Because you can be like, I need to fight something. And then you fight an Ansu or something. More complicated behemoth? Oh yeah, I could imagine. It's not better when you know what monsters are free. And now we're back to the original problem. At least for me. Assume that I can't, that somehow I can't remember. What I can remember for like 71 to 200 is like cores are dangerous, peacekeepers or keepers are death, Ansus are probably death, monkeys can be death, flood dragons are death, mimics can sometimes be death, Arimans appear to also possibly be death, but they're at least beatable. They give you hope. Worms are death. Anything that is below death is unlikely that I'll remember. Compare Gunbreaker push to Reaper, on which you just push Bloodbath. Well, the thing is, tanks baseline have nearly the equivalent of just a permanent steal, just baseline built into them. But then again, they also have what is almost equivalent to a built-in negative strength, like as if they just have like, I don't know if I would call it damage down, but it's almost like you have the opposite of a strength Pomander at all times, because tanks that can make it rough. Yeah, I don't know. When I started this stream, I did say right at the start, and some of you have been there for that, I did say that this probably would be the last run in a while. Because, and I imagine some of you noticed that, but I have no problems getting to floor 171. It's basically like just hangout stream. We just talk about stuff, and sometimes I have to stop and focus for a second because I step in a luring trap. But the moment we pass that point, it's, you know, 1,000,000% focus the whole way. And when too many things go wrong, it just stops being fun. So I don't know. It's also the part that it takes so long to get back up again in the way that I do it. There's also the part that there's like, you know, more stuff coming back. Like I'm pretty sure I can't remember, was it next week that we have Mocktom event again? So like maybe that's something to look at. Samurai. I have a feeling that Reaper would be better than Samurai in Palace of the Dead. Bite Me says Pictomancer is really good for nuking mobs. You know, my first try in Dawntrail was with Pictomancer. I'm pretty sure there's a Mocktom event coming up. Samurai's shield recharges faster. Samurai doesn't have a shield. Samurai reduces the damage of one hit every 15 seconds. It's not even after 60. They don't have a shield. At 82, it prolongs, so it's a huge uptime and stuff. But it's not a shield. Arcane Crest blocking damage equal to 10% of max HP isn't as incredible as it sounds when you're fighting mobs that hit for more than 10% of your HP in one hit. It's like a mob that hits you for 20% of your HP in one blow, right? The samurai ability would reduce that to reduce that by 2%. So it would do 18%. And you can do that every 15 seconds. Whereas the Reaper one would reduce it by 50%, technically. Like, it would reduce it down to only doing 10%. And it's every 30 seconds, so it would be more valuable. If something hits you for... If something one-shots you, then the Samurai one will be just as good. And they will both save you. Samurai does very high damage, which is the main thing. Reaper does an incredible amount of damage with its 1-2-3 combo. And the problem for Samurai is more that it has those buffs it needs to wind up. And if it can carry Midare from fight to fight, it could be really good. That could be JK. Your red mage is also supposedly pretty good. Yeah, to that end, I don't know if we'll continue Palace of the Dead next week. Who knows? Maybe I'll settle up to try either again with Machinist or try with a different job and then just like maybe progress some off stream so that we start at a higher floor. But there's also other stuff coming, so it might make sense to do something else on Tuesdays for a bit. It's about average by today's standards. Fair enough. It's not bad, but it's not top 5 either. You know, that's actually... I don't know enough to be able to speak on that. But it's been carried by its old reputation and things like that. Is actually... That's something that happens a lot with Final Fantasy XIV. Like, in some respects, my whole Mythbuster series originated from people going... Well, it like... Old man voice. Well, this thing has always been this way, and that makes it good. And you're like, they reworked that 5 years ago. It hasn't been like that for 5 years. And they don't bother checking. And like things like Red Mage being supposedly extremely good for Palace of the Dead, but relative to how other jobs have moved since, it's extremely good has moved down to, like, it's gone from S tier to A tier, for instance, and not enough people make tier lists on Palace of the Dead for that to matter. So, like, Red Mage has this, like, smoke screen between A and S tier, and then, like, the people that like Red Mage will say it's still S tier, and those that are, like, you know, more balanced in their perspective will be like, nah, it's bad, or it's not as good, rather. And those that specifically don't like Red Mage will say that it's terrible now. Like, things like that. But at least, like, looking at it with fresh eyes is not a bad idea. Mage's Guide. I'm pretty sure, and here's a fun fact, I've made a starter guide for Palace of the Dead. Because I believe at the time I know enough about Palace of the Dead that I could make a starter guide. I didn't cover everything because it was a starter guide. But I'm pretty sure I referenced Mage's Guide. I'm pretty sure I even like put a link to it and such on my guide. I hope I did. because a lot of the information that I had that was like more like detailed was stuff that like I obviously didn't have. Someone else had checked. Thank you, Aerodil. But that is also the reason why I don't have an advanced guide for Palace of the Dead, as you can imagine, because I didn't beat it. And yeah, I'm using that compendium. Yannick sent me the compendium a while back when we were getting to these high floors for the first time, I believe. Midichlorian says, in Endwalker it felt decent, I'm guessing Red Mage. My run ended at floor 63 to bad luck. Had to AFK, patrol aggro, came back to back low on HP, 1 pixel away from 1 pixel away mine. That is incredibly unlucky. We were down to so little time that I ended up being extremely reckless, but I was basically completely out of items, Emily, and the floors were not doing me any favors. We wiped on floor 198 with like 3 minutes on the clock. So I was like doing extremely dangerous things like pulling multiple mobs at a time with resolution to just try and make it, but I couldn't make it. I would have assumed that, I'm guessing that the Meiji has stopped maintaining their guide if it's slightly outdated. But, like, I haven't checked. The compendium has been pretty handy for me. Also, I now realize, I think it was Caroline that said Gormans can be stunned. And for some reason, in the moment, I was picturing the Iron Cores, as that was said. Because they can also be stunned. I also just want to say further in my defense of mistaking that Bicephalus cannot be stunned. It says cores on the compendium as well, because they basically look like a cores. It was 181 that got you? What was it that happened on 181? Or did you mean the set? 1 rage and 191 it was a clear. That is actually a good point. If I hadn't been so down on time and like capacity in the 181 to 190 set, I would have had a rage to get to get through one bad floor at the end. That, I believe, is also the real reason why sometimes the last 10 floors can be viewed as a victory lap, quote unquote, is because if you've been able to hold on to all the good stuff, you will have in the hypothetical scenario where like everything just goes perfectly, you can have like 3 safeties and 3 sites. So like 6 rooms, like, or 6 floors where you're just safe on that. And you can have 3 rage. So like for instance, well, based on what people said, I'd almost say 191 to 193 would be the ones that you rage. But it would basically mean that you rage 3 floors, and then the rest of the floors there are no traps. Or you can see the traps. And you have resolution for like if something bad happens beyond that. Like, if you have things, then it is pretty much a victory lap in a way. It's a scary victory lap, but it could be a victory lap. It's just, at least from what I've seen and what I've experienced, that's incredibly optimistic, right? It has a backup head. That's the reason why the Bicephalus can't be stunned. It's because you can only... It just... One of them has their eyes closed all the time. So when you send, like, the laser blast from heaven at them, only the one with the eyes open get blinded and so stunned for whatever reason. And then the other one just opens its eyes. And you could be like, well, what if you stun it twice? No, it's fine. The first one recovers in the time. So they just alternate. Like a pirate with their eye patch. So they're like, aha! In Heaven on High, it's even more true with Magicites and Petrification. Oh yeah, if you could get to the last 10 floors with that, as I understand, that could basically mean that you just auto-delete 6 floors. Is that right? That is actually a really good point. That, of course, requires that you have all that. It's pretty true in Eureka Authors too, because the drop rate of demi-clones is obscene in the last 2 floor sets. Oh, interesting. I haven't done that much Eureka Authors, but the clones are crazy. That much I know. There's a few streams on the channel of me trying Eureka Authors when it was reasonably new, along with a few friends. Which led to... I have a little video on the channel of me soloing the Twintania boss. Because the party died. And when I was down to the last life because of racing... I used a clone, and I would say my DPS didn't double as a result of that clone. It didn't triple. I would almost say like the damage the damage output quadrupled, if not like that clone did a ludicrous amount of damage. Like, who cares about lust for some vulnerability? Just summon a clone. Thank you, Eridil. Even better, last 3 floors can't have no Magicite debuff, so you can plan your Serenities better. That is interesting. That is interesting. Meanwhile, Palace of the Dead does not care about your item usage and will totally give you no item availability on one of the last few floors. I'm pretty sure Onion Knight can solo the final boss in like 5 minutes. There you go. Yeah, that could also be a reason to try one of the other ones, but also feels a little bit like a little bit sad to get this far and then switch to a different one. But that can also be a little bit like what's the word? The same problem in regards to, like, for instance, Savage Raiding. You almost got the boss, so you'll get it next try. No, you won't. Don't kid yourself. Those things have no correlation. It might take a dozen more tries before you're that lucky again. Or that everything just aligns that well again. So don't kid yourself. Palace can't have no knockback on last 3 floors in turn. That? Oh, okay, yeah, I could see that. Wipe on Sunrise, then it's EE2, wipe time again. Yeah, exactly. Like, case in point, it's... like, part of it is getting rattled. This boss is moon themed, and what is moon made of? Cheese! Big number laws say that if infinite tries, you will certainly clear. Well, Caroline, that's assuming that the clear is entirely dependent on random chance. I guess the argument is that if you just randomly try everything, you will eventually succeed. That is crazy, Taldemar. Clearing it is always 50-50. You either do or you don't. What I mean, the law of big, like the big number laws, there is also like the thing with the monkeys and writing a story, right? That if you just throw things at the wall, eventually you'll get like just randomly, you'll eventually get something really good. But I'm just saying, because we're human, we're not going to be entirely random. There's perfectly the possibility that the disposition of how you approach something just will never succeed. We are monkeys. Well, what I mean is more that the thing with the monkeys trying to write a story by just mashing keys randomly is assuming that they're all choosing randomly. And an interesting thing with humans is that humans are really bad at being random deliberately. Where's my browbeat button? Why can I not eat bananas and then give physical vol to enemies nearby? Deliberately. No, what I mean, Caroline, is that humans are incredibly bad at being random deliberately, and humans are incredibly bad at choosing to be random. As in, what I mean is that it's really, really hard to be randomly, so to speak. One way to demonstrate this, which again, difficult experiment because random A is as random B, but if you were told to write out just in a line, 100 cases of coin flips, and you just write down heads or tails 100 times, it is incredibly likely that your sequence will be easier to will be possible to tell apart from an actual legitimate 100 coin flips. Because humans will sit down and do random heads and tails, and at some point they might go and then I do tails 3 or 4 times in a row, but then I have to do heads because that's a little bit too lucky, unlucky, isn't it? Whereas in true randomness, it is a lot that's perfectly possible. We don't act deliberately random in Palace of the Dead, I think. No, what I mean, Caroline, that's exactly what I mean. And hey, Dawntrail, hope you're doing well. If you go with the infinite tries thing, then we have to assume that you will try something else every time. If you are not random, then it means that there is some consistent part about what you do. For instance, this is a deliberate example to demonstrate what I mean with infinite tries will not necessarily lead to victory in this case. If we take Palace of the Dead, and this is deliberately set up in such a way that it will not work. you have an individual that genuinely, deep in their heart, believes that answers are beatable as machinists consistently with no pomanders. So they will just fight them consistently. They might eventually succeed, I suppose. It would require more than that. What if they use steals and strengths as they find them? Like, if they grab a steal or a strength, they will use it. So, like, there's of course some skill involved, is what I'm getting at. Which is why this is a terrible example. Oh, that's what you meant, Caroline. The palace will do something random different every try. Fair enough. Then I get it. But yeah, if you are certain you have the skill to beat Palace of the Dead, on average, then yes, the infinite tries would mean you eventually win, because the random factor is the Palace of the Dead itself. We wiped on floor 198, Dawntrail. I ran out of I was basically running out of time, so I had to do some reckless things, and it just didn't work out. Oh look, LeChar's here. Infinite tries with finite choices won't work. Even if you don't have the skills, there will be one arrangement that will give you only rages, no debuffs, few floor kills, etc. Well, that assumes that Palace of the Dead does not have any limitations on that whatsoever. Based on what Yannick has told me recently, I'm pretty sure that not all of those things will happen all at once. Is it possible that all those things happen at once? Like, are you able to collect enough rages that you hypothetically would be able to, for instance, use a Poment of Rage on every floor from 171 all the way to, well, 199, except the bosses? Is that a possibility? Can that happen? Or are there, like, sequences of floors where Rage cannot drop, for instance? But that is true. If you could just get, basically, I believe the RuneScape gamers would call it getting spooned at that point. You just basically Palace of the Dead going, come, here comes the airplane, here comes your Necromancer achievement. Then yeah. A monkey can't write Shakespeare with only 10 letters. Good point. But yeah, that's kind of what I mean. That was kind of the kind of situation I was trying to set up, Matthew, is that on the one hand, if the random element is something other than the person, then if the person is assumed to be capable, then they would win eventually. Because at some point, the random chance will be in their favor. If the person is trying to be random as well, then humans have, you know, specific tendencies. So it just won't work. You won't be random enough. So we will have to assume that those tendencies are beneficial, and the random elements would be what leads you to the Palace of the Dead equivalent of writing Shakespeare. But like, the reason I bring that up is exactly because people can be like that. Which is like, there have been cases, there are players, you need to play Bard for that? Huh. There are players in video games in general that are so bad at the games by their, like, the choices they make that a random number generator might be able to do better. It's rare, but I believe the most likely scenario of that is if someone is deliberately trying to be random. You know? Like, if you're actually trying to be random, if there's a limited amount of choices, and you know what the correct choice is, possibly, and you're trying to be random, then you'll choose a worse choice to be random, instead of just choosing the correct choice. Allergic to bananas, so no banana pizzas for lollipop pizza. Big F's for that. But yeah, oh well. I'm not sure. I am not sure if we're going to try again with Machinist next week, or if we're going to try with something else, or maybe we'll do something else entirely. I'll probably think on that. But 198, which arguably was partly due to bad luck, I feel is it's a lot better than if I had, like, failed on floor 190 because I was an idiot again. Like, at least that's good. Yeah, exactly, Matthew. Exactly. That's actually also something that that's actually something that came up a bit in the context of a recent video. I put out the video, "What if your entire team is terrible?" And several of the comments basically said, well, some of them said, well, you're really putting a lot of faith into your team by allowing the DPS to AoE at all, which, fair, I guess. But another more important argument was, well, legitimately terrible players wouldn't nail the mechanics so much. They die to mechanics a lot more. They get hit by things more. Thank you, Aradil. Which leads to the counterpoint that there is a limit to how bad you can be and still clear a dungeon. And then you need to find that limit, I suppose. We got to floor 198, Ceres. And wiped to recklessness to try and make it with like 3 or 4 minutes left. So 3 minutes for 2 floors and basically no Pomanders left. Not easy. Masters' comment section for 14 are also excessively pessimistic about randoms, I feel. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Hey, Ace. Hope you're doing well. You technically only need... Like, that's actually something, and this is actually what I was getting to, is that I'm working on a video about the idea of what if one player in your group was really good. And indeed, the reason why that would be a much less interesting demonstration would be that if you say, what if the tank is really good? It's like, can Warrior solo Vanguard? Yes, they can. Which means that like the demonstration of what if everyone sucked, but the tank is really good is just then the duty will take a really long time, but it will be completed. Even if the entire group is so bad that they'll immediately wipe on every pull, a warrior can solo every pull in Vanguard. They can complete every pull in Vanguard alone. So the rest of the group is just extra. What if everyone sucked but the healer's good? Then it boils down to, well, how bad are we talking? Because I don't think a healer can solo Vanguard. Does the tank have enough? Does the tank have like 2 brain cells that can like float into each other and go bloop? Oh right, tank stance. Then we're going somewhere. Like then the DPS can die. Just as long as the tank can zombie tank the whole dungeon, then we're probably fine. What if the DPS is really good? Then I hope your tank and healer at least have a few brain cells, because again, you can't really do much. So like that's where this like scale, you could say, comes in. If in that demonstration video I made, we had actually like impersonated the worst possible players imaginable, then I would wager that there is a possibility that we wouldn't be able to beat Sastasha. So, at least we demonstrated something. And the reason why I felt that it still was relatively useful information to see how well a group that is basically using absolutely the bare minimum of their toolkit can still beat a dungeon if they're doing mechanics right, is that if you meet strangers in a random dungeon, how likely are you to give them advice on dealing with mechanics or their problems with mechanics? Probably not much, unless you see them repeatedly fail a specific mechanic. Other than that, you'll just, carry through. How likely are you to give them advice if you see a black mage play ice mage? A lot more. A lot of players will just not say anything, but a lot more, like, the black mage failing mechanics versus the black mage not doing their rotation right. How about a video called "Are you playing good? Are you being carried by better party members? How to identify that you're being carried and how to try to fix it." That's a really long title. But that would also be an insanely negative video, I think. And I think I've kinda covered that subject before. In fact, when I made the video, do you need to be perfect to Savage Raid? A lot of players didn't even watch the video. They jumped immediately in the comments to say yes or no. And yes, some said yes. Some actually said yes. Emily says, I feel like the audience for your channel is unlikely to really benefit from such a video anyway. Maybe. But yeah, basically what I'm getting at there is that if the concept of a video is too aggressive or hostile, a lot of people, I don't know why, will forget that they're on YouTube and think that they are on, I don't know, Cheeseburger Network and assume that the thumbnail and the title is the whole thing. Click on it, go to the comments, and then say something that will get addressed in the video. Like, that one happens quite a lot with those kind of videos. VX says, Sastasha, well, that is a flaw, I guess. I'd argue that maybe even a single DPS can beat the final boss. Haven't tried, though. All combat jobs can solo Sastasha. Synced. No, not necessarily slander. It was more that on Cheeseburger Network, there's a much better chance that it'll just be a reaction image. Yeah, all combat jobs can solo Sastasha synced. I used to say I don't think Monk can, or I wasn't sure if Monk could, but me saying that got not one person, not two, but three to go right then and there and did it. And I think that at least one of them even went minimum itemal just really to rub it in. And it wasn't even a problem. Like, I'm pretty sure they said that it was easier than with some other jobs. I would actually say that Conjurer would probably have an easier time soloing Sastasha than a warrior, because, well, first of all, because Conjurer has heals, right? But they can kite basically everything in the dungeon while maintaining arrow, and arrow will do more damage than Tomahawk. So while a warrior would be able to do something similar, they would do it worse. Like, if that's what you're doing, then you might as well be a Conjurer. Matthew says, is Final Fantasy XIV too hard? No, you just suck. I actually made a video covering that subject too. And I didn't have such a I would say clickbaity title. Do I need to be perfect to win trade in a triple triad tournament? Persis says not to mention you can just walk past basically everything before the first boss as well. That's also true. Not everything, I don't think. But technically, if you kite well enough, a Conjurer can, as long as they don't pull too many of those fire sprites, like those little embers, they can possibly get away with a Gigapull in Sastasha alone. Just arrow that, arrow that, arrow that, arrow that, as you just run down the way. Might be helpful to have potions on hand, because you might not be able to stop to heal yourself in case you need it. And that's correct, Matthew. But part of it is also that due to my stream series of attempting to solo a lot of content in Final Fantasy XIV, a significant portion of my viewers, that's you guys, enjoy that too. Which means that if I say that something is impossible to solo, they will scrutinize that. For instance, in Endwalker, I found it too difficult to beat Caetsu at the end of Lapis Manalis. It was too hard. It was too tight of a DPS check. It felt like there was like 2 or 3 GCDs would have done it. So I said that it wasn't possible. And then I believe Cat. I'm pretty sure it was Cat. If it wasn't Cat, it would have been Ham. But pretty sure it was Cat, who then invested hour after hour after hour into trying to make it work. They tried every tank. And if I remember correctly, after trying all the tanks, I believe Warrior was the one that ended up working after all. And it required like extremely perfect setup of like burst and stuff to get it just right. And even then, it was like milliseconds. Just to prove that I was wrong. So when I say, when I sometimes lean toward, like, err towards caution when saying something isn't possible, it's because I know that I have some people that they might go, nah, yeah, no, that is impossible. Like, if I went, yeah, by the way, M1S is not soloable, then they'd probably go, yeah, correct. But if it's even remotely possible, it's essentially it's received as a challenge. Dawntrail says, it wouldn't surprise me that the first duty that couldn't be soloed by any class is the first trial. Yeah, I would say FFXIV normal is probably not soloable with every class. Is there something that would make Tamtara impossible to... Well, actually, I haven't tested, but I do recall that the smaller bosses, like the Voidsent guys with the wings, in Tamtara, were extremely difficult to solo a scholar, because they could like 2 to 3 shot. So and they can crit. So basically not being topped up was a threat. Which would mean that White Mage or Conjurer would have a much harder time, and most DPS would have a really hard time. VX says, if you want the correct answer on something, say something incorrect about it. That's correct. That is correct. I believe that's named a specific law or something. You know, midichlorian, sometimes I'll realize that I forgot to mention something in a video while I'm editing it. And either I might add like a little text note about it, or I'll just leave it. Because sometimes people will like add the correction in the comments. So like, it's fine. It also helps because it makes people like pay attention. If I say something that is absurdly incorrect, they'll be like, wait a minute. And then they'll, you know, possibly think about what is being said a bit more. Cunningham's Law. Is it Cunningham's Law? You know what? I know for a fact that this came up on a previous Palace of the Dead stream, and it was specifically one where we were on high floors. I remember that for a fact. I also remember that Perrin intentionally called the law something incorrect, specifically to prove the point of the law. But I can't remember if Cunningham's Law was the correct answer. Yes, Murphy's Law was what you said. That is correct. Yeah, exactly, Caroline. Exactly. It also helps to make people pay more attention, right? But that's the thing. That is also why I try to like sometimes sneak in a joke or something in a video. That is the reason why in my fixing broken actions video I included that whole thing about the fish. A lot of people noticed the fish, and the fish had nothing to do with anything in the video. So I guess it made people pay attention. But yeah, saying the wrong thing or saying something weird, saying something funny, can help people to stay, like stay focused. But yeah, at least Sastasha, that one is soloable by any combat job. The reason why I'm saying combat job and not just any job is because even though crafters and gatherers don't have jobs, they're just classes, if I had said any job, someone would have said, excuse me, are you suggesting that a goldsmith would be able to solo Sastasha synced? And to be perfectly honest, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure they can't. Synced, probably. April Fool's Day, make a video that starts fine, then you keep adding incorrect things until the end is just gibberish. I usually try with April Fool's to do something that is silly, but at least accurate or helpful. A goldsmith, ah yes, Mandeville would be able to do it. Godbird could do it, yeah. That's true, Perrin. Sometimes people will just be like, yeah, that circles back to the Red Mage thing in Palace of the Dead that we were talking about earlier. At some point, Red Mage was incredibly, was in the top 5 in Palace of the Dead. Supposedly, this has changed. But who actually cares enough about that ranking to go and check that? How would you check that? It's very complicated because, it's a lot of moving parts. What was it that made Red Mage so good in the first place? Why is it that some other ones are better? What do they have that Red Mage don't? All of that. And it's too specific. It's too specific. A lot of people just won't care. It's also more interesting that Red Mage is really good than Red Mage is not really good. So why bother checking if Red Mage is no longer really good? Right? Why bother with that? Unless, of course, the general consensus can become Red Mage is garbage at Palace of the Dead, which can then bait someone to go, no it isn't, and I'll prove you wrong. And then you're getting somewhere. But yeah, deliberately saying something weird or wrong is a content creator tactic to bait comments. That is true. I usually do it accidentally. There was this one time where I had a mentor roulette in Circus Tower, and for some reason, when I recorded a voiceover, I called the first boss Skyla. I'm pretty sure her name is Scylla. And I'm pretty sure I knew that. So I don't know why I said it differently. Another really funny one is if you pronounce something... if you have words that people disagree on the pronunciation of. Those are amazingly effective. Because you can say it correctly and still have someone correct you. Consensus are Astrologian and Black Mage are the worst of Palace of the Dead. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's not about right. I've heard Astrologian is worse of the two. But they're fighting for the last spot. And that's usually significant in a way. Pronunciation is like easy mode for comment farming. Yeah, exactly. A particularly funny one that came up somewhat recently is on... I can't remember if it was my Sage guide or in just a Sage related video where I said Philosophia. I was told that that was correct. But I was told that the way I said Nevma was incorrect. But I looked up the pronunciation of Nevma, for a video on pronunciation. And I believe I was told that was correct. I've since, moved a bit because I don't remember exactly how I pronounced it then. And the way I end up pronouncing things is like some sort of middle ground between what is actually exactly correct and what people know. So, that's why I usually only pronounce the adder skull spenders with really trying to nail the Greek on it, because Druocole sounds silly to me. And Driocole sounds cool. That sounds like an actually good ability, doesn't it? And then it's just like your generic spender. Lishaw says in game, I love how you say my name, by the way. It makes me happy. Thank you. Lishaw. For those that don't remember, Lishaw was I believe was a hero that came in when we had a tank leave in Rathalos Extreme. Just came in and carried the group, essentially. And later, I believe I landed in a group with Lishaw for Sephiroth Extreme. Yeah, Nevma. The funny thing is that the words that, many of the Greek words in Sage, the U's are supposed to be V's. And the P's are not quite silent. They're not quite silent. They have a distinct sound to them. And the CH's are also quite weird. Panama. Hey, Bill Z. Hope you're doing well. Panama. Franny says there's a YouTuber that I watched that once called Palm Trees, and insisted it was a regional accent thing. He's been committing to that bit for like 3 years now. I can't remember what it was. I think it was a PokeTuber who went out of their way in every video to deliberately pronounce at least one Pokemon's name in each video, or one move's name completely incorrectly. Like, as in, so badly that you're sitting there like, did he just say Arcanine? Like, it's so bad that you're not even entirely sure if they mean what they're saying. Sounds like Wolfie. I don't think it was Wolfie. Pneumonia? That is pretty close. Pneuma. The reason why I say Nevma is exactly because apparently it has the V sound. Apparently. But for the most part, I don't get too deep into that. A funny one that I also got recently was, and that was one where, like, when they mentioned it, I was like, oh yeah, that's a good point. I've always called this Raiden Thrust. But someone said, well, I'm guessing what they meant is, I'm pretty sure it is, but what they said is, that's incorrect. It's Raiden Thrust. Which, I guess, yeah, sure. Like, it's essentially correct in the same way that, that, like, for instance, you have Geishkagul, right? Masrond. Are the Japanese sounding actions or the Greek sounding actions? So it's correct enough to change, to adjust that, but it never occurred to me. It might have been P-Child PH. But I specifically remember that I heard the Arcanine thing and was so shocked that I was like, that's stupid. I think I went to watch something else. But then I watched another video and realized that there was a trend there. Like, that it was consistent. Like, not Arcanine, but that for some reason, really obvious names would be completely balked. Like, just totally. Like, they just smashed it with a hammer and went, perfect. But yeah. Oh, I should make sure to change this back so I don't get confused. But yeah, we got a little bit of a talk about Palace of the Dead. Got a bit of a talk about being bad, randomness, and pronunciation. And we got to floor 198, which is my record. I don't know if you're going to do more Palace of the Dead next week, but you'll know when you see it. Because of the fact that we ended where we did, it would have to start from the very beginning unless I do something in my own time, of course. But with that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream. I'd like other people to enjoy it as well, so thank you so much in advance. Also, if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a Discord link in the chat right there. You will find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. Right there. You will also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post a like a link to a video or stream, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you can catch it right when we start. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's a Ko-Fi link that Aradel posted there, right in the chat. It all helps support me and the channel directly so that I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thanks so much for the support. But that'll be all from me, so good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!